That whole time, it was just silent. Oh, my bad, my bad. Okay. Hopefully everybody's back. I'll give you guys a few minutes to get in. I did not mean for that to happen. We at least started at 8, so we're good. We started on time. But, my bad, my bad. I am going to say we are back. Refresh your stream if you are not connected. Okay, there we go. We should be good. My apologies once again. For some reason, my OBS updated and like disconnected everything. So we kind of lost what was going on. Like we kind of lost a lot of things. But hopefully we're good and we're back up and running. I mean, I see that we're running. So I think that's what's most important. Although I'm not seeing much in chat, so hopefully you get, somebody makes it back at least. Alrighty, well, I guess we'll go ahead and get officially started. So, hopefully Xpun is here so I can discuss the processor journey and the computer journey. You might clone an Apple II or clone a Commodore 128 with the 6502, but you're not sure. First of all, fantastic. Like, I want to clone an Apple II. I actually have considered that. Hey, welcome, ByteBit. Yeah, I know the Apple II. That's very, very desirable, honestly. So I would totally clone one of those as well. I do want to reverse engineer an 8088 or an 8086, but I've been told 8088s are better than 8086s. Although, makes sense, you know, with time and all, things get better. So, and then a Commodore 128 with the 6502 would be awesome. But yeah, I guess the Apple II and the Apple IIe or whatever, they all use the 6502 as well. You can also technically create like an NES if you wanted to, because I'm pretty sure those also happen to use the 6502. My research is that they come like they're a modded version of 6502, but I did see a cool eBay listing that said something along the lines of a 6502 that was like, sorry, on eBay I saw a 6502 that was sold that was originally for an Apple, and that I thought that was really cool. All right, enough hand stuff. So, what do we have in store for today? First of all, I have a not so working great video interface. I was following this, like, somebody had already thought through everything, or so I had hoped, thought through all of the timings and everything like that for an 800 by 600 resolution VGA, this, at 60 hertz. And everything is great because I'm glad it works for them, but it does not work for me. So I guess we have to figure that out ourselves. Looking at the timing. Yeah. That's what I have is the 65 CO2. That's what I have. A few of. And I also have a few Z80s because I don't know why the Z80 just sounds not cooler. I don't know what you want to say. It just seems I don't know, like it can handle more, even though the 6502 can do like literally do probably about the same thing. I'm doing analog. Everything is analog. I'll show you. Let me grab it. So, here it is. Here's the actual video interface. I'm going to get it out of the way of chat so you guys can see it. Up here, we have it counting the vertical sync, except something's wrong. Like, the data sheets I'm referencing is from some guy on GitHub. He made it so that we use a 20 hertz instead of Ben Eater's 10 hertz. Personally, I don't even need the collar, in all honesty. What I really want is that each bit is yeah, doing its own thing there. What I think would be really cool is if I remember correctly, how would I do it so that like 1 bit in RAM transfers to 1 bit in the video card or on this video interface for like color. So it's like if I had 101101 on the screen, it would be like that bit is on that or sorry, that pixel's on, this pixel's off, on, off, on. I think that would be ideal because that's sort of what I'm looking at. And then in the future, I can take those parts out. But I think I'd use a shift register to get that. Maybe? I'm trying to think. I don't know. Either way, that's not to the point I'm at. Right now, I just care about getting these colors to work. So, with that being said, um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, we're at this pixel frequency of 40 megahertz for 800 by 600. That's fantastic and all. That's really fast. So with my analog and everything, I don't really need anything more than 400 by 300, which is perfectly fine. That's what ratio I'm overall shooting for because I should be able to do plenty with 400 by 300. Um, so that's the route I'm going. And Ben Eater did, I think. Oh, what was it? He used a 10 megahertz, so that was 10. Oh yeah, that's something funky. So that's something funky for that, and then that's 200 pixels by something. So it's very small. It's very small screen. Anyway, I'm using the 20 megahertz. And this is what we're going to look at is like what exactly is our timings. So, what we realistically need to look at is if all these times are already like kind of covered, all I care about is looking at this pixel. So I need 400 here, blah, 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 blah. 20 here. 128 turns into, I'm just going to pull out the calculator because I don't feel like doing a whole lot of math in my head right now. 64. Back porch. Oh, that's obviously 44. I don't even know why. I already figured that out. And then, obviously, overall, that is 528. And then we have our vertical timing. Here's the thing. I think the horizontal timing is perfect. And here's what's really stressful. I don't have an oscilloscope. So I can either like count manually, go like 400 clicks with this thing, 400 clicks, and figure out, okay, we're good. Whenever I hit 400, are we accessing the front porch? Is our sync pulse going to go through? Or is our back porch good? And then figuring out if our line clears completely at 528. So that is kind of what I'm struggling to figure out today. Next, we have our vertical timing frame. And yet again, that's going to be 300. Front porch is only one line. So I don't even know if we ignore that. So that's, hang on. Do we keep that? Or are we supposed to keep, hang on. Now I'm just really confused, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just looking at how Bin Eater solves this problem. And then it looks like for his vertical timing, he keeps it at this. He shrinks that down and keeps it at this. But that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense unless if that's actually what needs solved. But in that case, if we're going here, let me go back to my programmer calculator and then put in 628 and see what bit that is. 628 is, this end one is, and I have to write this in reverse because that's how I have my pixels all set up. 0, 0, 1, 0. Okay. And then 1, 1, 1, 0. And then 0, 1, 0, 0. That is when apparently that's supposed to clear. How can I test that? I don't have a clue. That is what we're struggling to figure out. So, anyway, let's connect all the lights up. Currently, I have this running at something really fast, but not like too fast that it obviously loops through everything like, how do you want to say? At 60 hertz. But it's slow enough that we can see the vertical timings kind of working. So let's compare and see if we get this number. That's kind of what's important there. Okay. Of course, if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask me. As this is not going to be that fast. And while I hook these up, I'd like to ask how everybody's Friday's going. Friday, as some people say. Although some people get really mad whenever you say Friday, so, you know. Okay. And these pins. Alrighty. Last thing we need to connect is, well, take the clock out of there first of all. Put that clock there. And then power. Okay. So, mind you, you might not see much yet again because these LEDs are going to be really bright. I am running this in 3.3 volts, so nothing should ever burn out. But that doesn't mean... No, we'll see. Okay. So, once it hits that, and 3 of those. Okay. Yeah, that is correct. So what's wrong? Because whenever I plugged this into the VGA monitor, it was like, how do you want to say? The VGA monitor kind of got mad. I don't know if we're sending the correct signal over. I don't know if the H-Sync is wrong. Because my V-Sync I've done many times. But maybe something's wrong with my H-Sync. I've checked so many times. Okay, here's the thing. Let's rebuild this H-Sync one more time. One more time I'm willing to build this. Reassemble it, I guess I'll say. But golly. I've completely rebuilt this entire circuit multiple times. But maybe my V-Sync's not the problem. Because it looks like the timing's fine. And see, here's the thing. I think the VGA timer was actually perfect before I tore it down. And I just forgot to connect one pin. And it was this clear pin right here. I forgot to clear the H-Sync. So the entire time it was going to count all the way up 12 bits. Which is not even close to what I need. Let's see. That is 4,000. And I only need to count to 400. So I could see how we were possibly running into an issue. Because it needed to clear at, 400, not 4,000. Yet again, I do want to see 400 one more time in binary. Actually, we're not going to look at 400. I only care about the 528 for now. 528 is, and please don't yell at me, this is reverse binary. This is reverse because that's how I have the LEDs, and I just find it easiest to hook up this way. So we're just kind of looking at it from least significant bit, and then most significant bit. There we go. So you all kind of see that. Okay. So in this case, we're looking at 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, and then 0, 1, 0, 0. Yet again, most significant bit, least significant bit, just so we don't get confused. Okay. Here we go. So now, and then obviously, if I rebuild this and it doesn't work as planned, we're just going to have to route to, well, I don't know. I'm going to have to reroute to actually looking at the logic that this person had thought through. So, we're working with 70 LS20s. That is 4 NAND. It's a NAND 4. NAND 4. For now, I'm just going to open everything up. 74 LS161, and then 74 LS00. And then lastly, this is our HSync. Okay. The HSync datasheet. Is there anybody that would like to see the HSync datasheet as I go through and work with this? Because I'll put it up on the screen if you want to see that. If you want to see it up here or something, I can do that. Otherwise, I'll probably keep it. Also, do not judge me on how I build my circuits, because I like to connect a pin where it needs to go. Like, that pin will connect here, and then I run the wire to those. That's just how I like to think about it. Okay. Well, that's our HSync, so I'm going to leave that over there. Let's just disconnect all these. Last I knew, all these pins were correct, but honestly, I guess it won't hurt too much if we just redo it. The wire's already cut, so we don't really have to stress too much about that. What we really need to focus on is making sure that our positive 5s, making sure that our automatically grounds are good, because some of them do matter and some of them, all of the 5-volt connections matter, but some of them are not too required, I guess. No, I don't know what I'm saying. They are required. I don't know. I think I'm just making sure that they're not in the wrong spot. Okay. I don't know why this blue wire's here. And you know what? I'm even going to redo all of these guys, because they could still cause problems. Also, is there anybody that wants to see this focused in? Do you want me to zoom it in? Do you want to see my data sheets? I'll put it in chat as well, just so if anybody joins in, they can say that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and leave that, because that should be there. And you know what? I'm going to even take these out and put the new ones in. So that way I kind of have to do them all. Okay, there's just even that one. Okay. Okay, that should be it. That should be a basically fully clean slate. All right. I'm going to type in chat. My okay. There you go. Let me know in chat if you would like to see the schematic on the screen or if you would like me to just in general zoom in. All right. Let me position my PNGs. 74LS20. That goes here. Over here is my full schematic. And down here is going to be the 161. And then I will just have my 00 hanging out over here for whenever I need it. Okay. All right. Let me know if something starts to go wrong. Okay. So, first off, each and every single one of these pins, got to make sure these are all good. Okay. So, pin 1, all pin 1s are connected to clear. Clears are all properly connected. Let me reconnect those because I don't know if I actually ever reconnected my clear pins. I just want to make sure that they are working good and fine and dandy. Ooh, what is that? Do I have some grime on those? Oh my, that's weird. Okay, whatever. All right. So all my clears and clocks need to connect. So I'm going to do these on different lines. Maybe that will help as well. So all of my pin 1s connect together and pin 1s are clear. So I'll do these at the bottom. Pin 1, and then pin 1 to pin 1. And then we do pin 2 to pin 2. And then yet again, pin 2 to pin 2. Okay. Those should be solid. All right. Solid connections. All right. Next, let's make sure that these are connecting correctly. Yep, they appear to be good. And pin 9 load. All of those are good. Okay. Okay. It's all good. Now we're going to move on to our 74LS20s. I am a little paranoid that they aren't working. So what I'm going to do is swap them out. Those are 161s. I think these are my 10s. 74LS10s. Where's my 20s? Where are they? Oh, man. Wow. Can you believe that? They vanished. Man. Oh, they're up here. 74 less 20s. Sure. We'll use these. I don't even have proof that they're not working. I am building a VGA. What? VGA video interface. There you go. I'm building a VGA video interface. But yeah, it's not working. So I'm just trying to build it. I think I had it working, and then I just forgot to make one connection, and I figured out what that connection was the next go around, and I like transferred them to more expensive breadboards because I was like, maybe the timing's just not right, and it might have been perfect, and I just kind of like missed a connection or so. So that's what's going on. All right. So, guess we'll get started. All right. Pin. Oh, good to know. Pin 3 and pin 11. They're two different pins that don't get connected to. All right. First of all, pin 9. So, right here's pin 8. Pin 9 is a red 5-volt connection. So we'll connect that. Okay. 5-volt connection, pin 10. Come on. Okay. Pin 10 connects to pin 14 on the middle chip. Pin 14, 16, 15, 14. And I'm trying to be very precise because I don't want to mess anything up whatsoever. Okay. So that is pin 10 to pin 14. Okay. Next is pin 12. So 10, 11, 12 connects to pin 11 on the middle chip. Pin 11. 9, 10, 11. So that's a much shorter connection. Is it maybe this one? Looks like it could be. Yeah, so I've already kind of built this whole interface already before, which is why the wires are all pre-cut. And it's just been a mess. It's just not working, and I don't know why. My monitor, it could be a monitor, it could be a cable. The problem is I've tried with multiple cables, and I've even tried with multiple VGA connectors, and it's just not working very well. Where did I put? Here it is. I've constructed this yesterday and connected everything to the best of my knowledge and ability, and then even tried to finalize it there. And if this just doesn't work, I might have to quit the VGA journey for a little bit because I was hoping to get it up because I want something visual for everybody to see. That's just not ones and zeros, and I don't want to. I could use an LCD display or whatever, like the ones cash registers use, like I did with my keyboard interface. But the setup time and everything's kind of annoying, whereas I can literally just put pixel data straight into RAM on this, and then I can get that to appear on the screen. So that sounds a little bit more enjoyable in my opinion. All right, we just connected pin 12, and last is pin 13. So let's connect pin 13, and that connects to pin 14 on the closest chip, which would be 16, 14. Wait, what? 16, 15, 14. Okay. It's going to be a much shorter connection. And could it possibly be this one? I need to squeeze these wires a little bit. Whoa! I can't imagine that I fried any ICs. So it's definitely, in my opinion, a... Nope, that looks a little too long. Is there one that's just a tad bit shorter? Like 180. It looks like this one is. Okay. We're going to connect to this pin. And that goes to that pin. And then these just connect. But yeah, I was like, maybe it's these jumper cables. Maybe those are the problem with my VGA timing. And maybe they're just like loose and not stable. And it never seemed to be much of a problem in the future. So, or no, it seems to be, I don't know. I just don't know. That's why I'm rebuilding it. All right, pin 9 and 10 are both straight to 5 volts. So we will go ahead and do that. Pin 8, 9. And then pin 10, straight to 5 volts. Okay. Easy enough. And then that works. Okay. And then pin 12. So we skip 11. We go straight to 12. Pin 12 connects to pin 14 on the middle chip. So 16, 15, 14. But this also happens to share a similar connection to pin 12 on this chip. So 14, 13, 12, 14, 13, 12. We'll connect those two together as well. Is this? Nope, too long. Still a little too long. Must be this one then. See the last short wire I have? No, that's definitely not it. 12, 2. Oh, well, 12. After all, I guess this might not have been perfect. I might have been connecting 2 pins wrong the whole time. Okay. Pin 12. Right? Oh, no, that is wrong. It's pin 10. Pin 12 to pin 10 on the other one. My bad. So I was thinking of it wrong. 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10. So it was the smaller one. Whoopsies. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to keep this up here like this, because why not? Just so I have plenty of space to work with. Okay. Pin 12. Pin 13 hits pin 13 on the closest chip. So pin 13 hits pin 13 over here. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We'll go up here. It's probably this wire here. Okay. And that's the tops of these two done. Yeah, no kidding. breadboard VGA. I mean, this is probably like the 8th or ninth hour I've spent working on this thing. Um, you definitely ask my girlfriend. She will confirm. She's been here the whole way. She's like, "I'm sorry, it's not working," and I'm like, "It's not your fault. It's just a hassle." And I guess that's something that you don't. I don't ever see anybody publicly talk about how they do run into problems building circuits. Their YouTube videos are just like the perfect things, and maybe that's satisfying to watch. But in reality, I know I'm not like I never majored in this, so that could be a part of it. But second, it's like you do sometimes make one wrong connection, and next thing you know, you're running into debugging for hours. And maybe your CPU, like maybe for the most part, almost all of your instructions work except for one, and you never find that out until it's too late, and you're like, well, it has been working, so what's wrong? So then you look somewhere else, and then this whole time it was just like one little pin that you never use. um so yeah, I don't know, quite odd stuff. But anyway, alas, I'm looking at, oh, okay, the top two are done, sorry. um okay, pins 1 on this one now. So pin 1 here, which I'll put down here, connects to pin 12 on the far right over here, which should be the first thing that connects to this first chip over here. So pin 12. Let's see. Okay. 15, 14, 13, 12. I'm going to zoom and make sure that's the same connection there. Yep, pin 1 to pin 12. Okay. And that is 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry I have to make sure so often. I'm just tired of building this circuit over and over and over. Okay, that is too long. It's probably this one. And as you can tell, it's like almost all of these are perfectly cut. So obviously I must have been making most of the connections correct. But I'm a little paranoid that I might have been like, oh, obviously it's the blank blank. And then I was like, oh, blank blank are on the same pins on the bottom. I don't know. But something is wrong somewhere. I've triple checked my VGA. Yeah, definitely can test your patience. I've not run into a circuit that's been so, oops, I just hit the mic. So testing my patience. What circuit was it? Even my ALU, I ran into a few problems, but like it's so straightforward. It's like this goes straight to that, this goes straight to that, and everything's like very linear. It all goes to this like one path in the end. It's like every wire connects to that spot, and then every wire goes to a mux, and then every wire goes to that. So it's very easy to tell, oh, there's two wires connected to the same mux. Like that's not right. Whereas in this case, it's very crazy. And the logic, because I'm going off of somebody else's schematics, which I'm paranoid that one little thing is wrong. And then if this isn't going to work out today, because I plan on, I mean, I don't have that many wires left to build the H-Sync. So it's like once that is done and it doesn't work again, then I'm going to go and probably look at the logic and see why things are happening the way they are. But anyway, okay. Pin 2 connects to pin 13 on the middle chip. And something else connects to pin 13, I'm pretty sure. Nope. Yes. No. Okay, this is the first one. Pin 2 to pin 13. So 16, 15, 14, 13. That's probably this one. I will admit, having all the wires pre-cut is super nice. It was very, very fun. Okay, we skip pin 3. That is the no-no pin. That is the pin that doesn't have anything go to it, because that's how the 74LS20s work. Okay. Pin 4. That connects to other things. Pin 4 connects to pin 6. Okay, let's look at that. Pin 4 to this pin 6, which is this one. So, we connect them. That's not the right one. That looks right. Oh, my mouse is dying. Hello? Oh, here it is. Have you guys ever seen that video that's like, it's the connection sounds, and they're like, it's like the Windows 10 connection sound, and it's this guy goes, Mark Zuckerberg? No, you're not. You made a 4-bit adder from TTL chips, took way longer than you wanted to, found it to be a lot easier to use a simulator first before reaching to breadboards. Exactly. So I've ran into that problem, or actually ran into that solution myself. And a lot of people are like, this is the one I use is Sebastian Lake's Digital Logic Sim. And the problem is like, I'm still learning this stuff. And I'm sure a lot of people going into this are always learning. Sorry for the absence. Okay. But yeah, I ran it. I used Sebastian Lake's Digital Logic Sim, and that I found has been a lifesaver when it comes to learning logic, because you can like see things move, and that's kind of like really helped me with programming too. Like that's kind of how the programming worked out for me. So just seeing how everything moves and goes to what places. All right. What pin was I at? Pin 5, I think. Yeah. Pin 5 connects to pin 11 of this NAND gate. Okay. Pin 11. Okay, I'm going to wait to run that. So I'm just going to connect this here so I know. I know this green wire is for that because I specifically cut every wire, but I know this is the weird one. Okay. And I'm waiting to run this because the NAND gate's going to have its own weird connections. Okay. Here's the last thing. Pin 1 on this NAND gate connects to ground. 5 volts. Pin 1 to 5 volts. There we go. Pin 1 to 5 volts. Pin 2 connects to pin 1. Pin 2 connects to pin 1 because pin 2 here and pin 1 share the same connection. And that should be this one, I think. Nope. I always do the wrong one. This one. Well, that's weird. Oh, I think I made this one slightly shorter because I was trying to make it work. There we go. That connects. Okay. Pin 2 to pin 1. Okay. And then pin 4. So we skip 3, go to 4. Pin 4 connects to middle 13, which it also shares one with pin 2. That's pin 2. You know what? I'm just going to connect it behind that one. There we go. And then the last pin is pin 5, and it doesn't share any common pins, and that connects to pin 12 on the middle. Pin 12 on the middle. So pin 5, 765 to pin 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. And that's probably what this one is, considering it's my last one. Last curly wire. Okay. There we go. All right. Now, the rest is all of this mess. Like this mess. I think. To my understanding. Okay. So, let's look at the latch. I think they're technically just SR latches for these NAND gates. So, pin, which I don't need the 161 anymore. I just need the AND gate. Or the NAND, technically. Okay. Okay. Pin 8 connects to pin 12, 14, 13, 12. Which is probably what this green wire is. Okay, we're good. And then pin 10 connects to pin 11, and that's pin 11. That's 10, right? 8, 9, 10. And then these two mangled wires connect there. So there we go. That's one mangled wire. All right, let's look at the other one. Pin 3 to pin 4. So pin 1, 2, 3 to pin 4. This wire's definitely a little messed up. Okay. Definitely gonna have to use the pliers on this one. There we go. Okay. Pin 10 to pin 4. Sorry. Pin 3, pin 4. Pin 6. 7, 6. To pin 2. And that will be from that to that. Done. The crosses are connected. Now it's just pin 8 to pin 9, pin 8 to 13, 6 to 1, 6 to 5. And then a few like odd ones. Okay. Pin 8, which is this pin 8, to pin 9. So pin 8 is right here to pin 9, which is this one. Must be this blue wire then. Looks like it. Okay. Pin 8 to pin 9. Easy enough. Next is this pin 8 to pin 13, 14, 13. Okay. That's probably what this blue wire is for, which I need to bend back into shape. Okay. Pin 8 to pin 13. Pin 6, which we're resetting back over here. Pin 6 to pin pin 6 that to pin 1, which is this one. Oh, my cat's under my desk now. What are you doing? Okay. And then next is this pin 6. This pin 6 to pin 5. 7, 6, 5. Probably using this wire. There we go. Now here's the scary thing. I'm left with a yellow wire. Why is that? Okay. Pin 6 of this one connects to pin 4. So this pin 6 connects to pin 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see that. Oh no, what is this? Oh, never mind. I know what this is. This is my H-Sync. Whoo! That was scary. Okay, lastly we have this green one. And that is pin... What is this? 5 to pin 11. So pin 7, 6, 5. Yep, to pin 11. Which is 14, 15, sorry, 14, 13, 12, 11. Okay. I do want this to maybe be a little bit of a better connection, which I probably should recount that now. Pin 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's my plier? Oh, they're always in my lap, and I always forget this. Maybe I won't do that one, but this one instead. There we go. That looks good. All right. Lastly, pin 8, which is on this one, is our clear. So pin 8 on the second one, which is this one, is the thing that is our LF, which is our clock, and then our clear as well. So that connects to our clear. Okay. Next, our H-Sync, which is pin 6 on the NAND, which is this one. Okay. Let's see if we get any sort of VGA happiness out of this. Yeah, I'm following an existing schematic. I'm doing my best. That's all I can say, really. All right. H-Sync, V-Sync. So Cool, cool. And then okay. And then I would like to look at the top level really quick. And that is the clock goes into H-Sync. LF goes to clock there. Yes. And then all the other pins are normal. Okay. Well, let's see if this VGA connection is happy now. So, this is... Shoot, I already forgot. Pin... V-Sync. Pin 3 of the NAND. Which is... 1, 2, 3. NAND. That. Boom. Okay. Let's power this up. And then, oh, I also need my clock. That's kind of important. Okay. Clock. Connect. Let's connect that. And this. So yeah, I was hoping to have a video up today. Honestly, a full video. I was fully expecting me to have it. And then I ended up not being able to complete this circuit. I was like, I've been working on this for 3 weeks now, I think. And I've completely rebuilt it. Completely cut, like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay. I'll let you know if it's a yay or a nay. Obviously, I'll be freaking out. What I'm looking for on the VGA monitor is that it says right now it says self-test feature check red, green, blue, white. And it's just like that, like a DVD logo basically bouncing around the screen very slowly. And that's it. And then usually what happens if whenever I connect this to the VGA cable, it will say it's going to sleep. It'll just say no connection. It's only connected to ground. It just detects that. It says no data is being sent. Please. Entering power save mode. Dang it. What is up? I don't think I have these backwards. No, I don't think so. Gosh. I don't know. I really don't know what to do. I don't think it's the monitor because I've connected it to my other VGA monitor and it has the same results. Yep, and then whenever I unplug it, it comes out of sleep mode. I don't know what to do. Quite lost, guys. What's my next course of action? Oh, I remember looking at the logic, making sure that the person who wrote down this logic didn't have one little circuit messed up. Okay. Did I have this turned on? Did I just turn this off? Well, now I'm paranoid and I want to check. No, unfortunately I do not. Entering power save mode. No, I wish I had an oscilloscope. It's kind of a big thing. All right. Let me take one of these pins and just see if I can get something out of them. We'll do this green pin. Okay. Let me see if I connect this green pin to something. If we can maybe see if it thinks that we are going into sending data. Sorry. If we are sending data. Okay. I'm going to connect. I had a resistor somewhere. Where is that guy? I think this is probably the guy. Okay. I don't even know what resistor this is anymore. I'll have to look at its data. All right. So let's plug the green in first because he is the weakest. Or shortest, I mean. We'll connect that. And then the white can just reach right around there. Okay. Let's power it up. According to Ben Eater's videos, it should just connect to the monitor and immediately be fine. Like, it will wake the monitor up and let me know we're in certain timing because it's sending the VGA stuff. Okay. Boom. That's ground. And this is 5 volts. Okay. We're on. We're going. Connect. Entering power save mode. I don't know what to do. The only thing I can like really test for is just making the timings really slow. But it's like, how do I know somehow it may be the fact that it can't handle 20 megahertz. Like, that's the problem. I don't know. I need an oscilloscope. That's all I know. And I don't have one. It costs too much money. Okay, we're testing up these timings. And let's just give these guys some power. And let's swap it over to a fast-ish thing. And let's analyze our speed and timings. According to this, how the LED should light up. I didn't know they had those. I will definitely have to look at that then. Okay. This is going to be a little sloppy. I'm just going to put this here. I hope you could put links in the chat, but if you have one in mind that you know like works really well, I'd love to see that. Like Amazon works great. I do buy from... Oh, I have these backwards. This is my first one. He's number 1. He's number 2. Sorry, I have this backwards from the setup from up there. Which, I guess that reminds me. The H-Sync. I need to make sure I wasn't thinking of this backwards. There are only 1, 2 connections to this one. Okay. And then this guy. Okay. And give him power. Alright, this should be slow enough that we can somewhat see the logic. Okay. Should reset at this here. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. I have them backwards. Okay. Good to know. This one really could be straightforward. Okay. Unfortunately, that is really slow. Okay. So yeah, at this rate, counting to 500 will be, well, okay. Let's do this one. I should just connect this up to a potentiometer, but okay, hang on. This bit and then that bit. This should be slow enough that like we have a definite yes, but it is going to take a minute, which means we should test the other one. Oh gosh. Why is that wet? Okay. Okay. What we're going to do is just connect. This is the very first one. That's the first pin. Oh. See, that's a problem. That should not be lit up already. Are we seeing this right? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I gotta clear this top one really fast. Okay, we're cleared. Okay, whenever it reaches... Oh, that. Oh, okay. Shoot. I wasn't looking. I could do that. I guess so. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's not too bad. Maybe I should. I don't know. I should figure something out like that. Okay. I didn't look. This bit, this bit. So we're looking at this bit turning on and this second bit over here. And once those turn on, then the circuit refreshes. Okay. Almost halfway there. Halfway. Okay, we're looking at this bit. Once we get all that filled in. Okay, just a little bit more. Yeah, it's this bit and this bit. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I think that was it. So what's wrong? Okay. Here's a problem. That's my fastest slow capacitor. Then I have this capacitor, which goes incredibly fast. As you can tell, this is blinking pretty fast. Which then means that I should now connect these guys up and check for our VGA one. Or sorry, our vertical one. VSync. Okay. That is positive, negative. First. And they're flipped. Okay. Second. And then they're flipped. And then third, and they're flipped. Okay. Oh, wait. No, I am doing this correctly. Okay. Come on. What's going on? Okay. So now what we're looking at is 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. Fortunately, this goes really fast. I'm going to see if I could find a capacitor that's slightly shorter. But you said a Raspberry Pi 4. I have a Raspberry Pi 4. I actually have like 5. So, do you know like any good software for that? I guess I'll just figure that out. That's really not that hard. I don't mean to pester you, I suppose. Okay. This reads 221. I can't even remember if these are picofarads. But I want a really fast one. What are... Those are 221s. Okay. So I know that one's really fast. And what I'm looking for is like something faster. 47. See how these go. 221s. 47s. It might be even faster. I don't know. Okay. See if that's really... Oh, that's a little fast. Okay. That's a little faster. We don't want that. Too fast. Also, I wanted to look at these. Oh, wow. Okay, good to know. I wanted to check to see if these... Because I think all these are just a bunch of diodes. And I wanted to see if these are Zener diodes. I'm going to keep that out for now. I need a Zener diode for my laptop, my really old one. I'll actually flip them around so I can keep them in there. Okay. So, what is this? This is a 1 microfarad. So I need something smaller than a 1 microfarad. See, I just don't think. Okay. Need something smaller than a 1 microfarad, but not... Here, what are these? These say 104. Those say 221. See, that's the other thing that doesn't make sense, is how many of these, like, they're bigger, but yet they don't hold as much as the smaller ones. Like, I don't understand why some of them can be bigger and actually hold less. It's my understanding. Okay. Oh. How fast is that going? Oh. Ooh, that might be too slow. Yeah, that's a little slow. Okay. So that was a 221 is this one. And then this is a 104. So why? What is going on? Why is a 104? Are these measured differently? Am I looking for actually a 151? Let's try that. Yeah, I mean the Raspberry Pi 4 has obviously has like gigahertz clock time, so it should definitely be able to read 20 megahertz. So, thank you for helping me with this. That might solve a lot of problems. Yet again, that's really fast. I need like a dot 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 dot. Not a like that's insanely fast. Like I won't be able to even tell if that's close to the same. It's 151. Maybe I'm looking for a 181. Oh, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm looking for something greater than 200. Because the... Wait, where the... No, the one... Okay, hang on. These are really confusing me. 331. Are these going to be even faster than the 221s? Or slower? Because my idea is that they were going to be faster. Or slower. But by the way certain things have been going... Okay, that's a little slower. I think. Okay. So the 104s are pretty slow. These 30Ps are big. .681. Let's try those. See if that's a good speed for us. Yet again, this all probably could have been solved with a potentiometer, but I'm just lame. I don't even know where my nearest potentiometer is. Smooth potentiometer, I will say. Okay. Okay, that, all three of those, and that. So once we get here, it's all three of those. And then that. Okay. Almost there. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that timing is correct. What is wrong? It's gotta be... That's what I don't get it. I just don't get it, man. Okay. Keeping that 600 out. And then this... Was it a 30p that was slow? Or was it the 104 that was slow? The 104s, I think. They were kind of a nice slow. So, I'll keep one of those out. Just for... maybe certain testings. I don't know. I just like to be prepared. Okay. Put these back up. One issue with using a Raspberry Pi for a scope directly is that it's not a real-time device, so task switching will screw with timings. Interesting. So Raspberry Pi is the monitor, but then another thing for like exact switching. So it's like if I want to pull something like 100 times whatever, the Raspberry Pi is not going to be able to do that. Is that what you're saying? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that you got this. I'm just lost. The timings scream accurate. So I don't know if there's instability on the circuit board. I guess I can throw some like capacitors on there. Let's try. Oh, those are probably just way too big. Sure. We'll put like 5 of these on there. Okay. Boom. 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 I want to make sure the clock had plenty of capacitor. I swear if this is my solution, that's going to be crazy. Oh, yeah, duh. I don't have that connected to a... okay. Okay. Let's look at this with our 20 megahertz. This should be, like, crazy. Yeah. Literally. Instant. What if that was it, guys? This entire time I've rebuilt the circuit and everything just for the solution to be that it just needed capacitors. It just doesn't seem like it's at the rate that it needs capacitors, you know? Okay, let's try this out. It's on. Did anything just disconnect? Oh, remove this over there. Entering power save mode. I guess to be fair, I'm not running at 5 volts either. I have these connected, so I don't want to run it at 5 volts. Don't want to blow my LEDs. The IC should be great, but that... okay. But the megahertz might not be getting a fast enough read. Okay. Now let's try. Entering power saving mode. You can't guarantee that polling times for a Raspberry Pi will be correct since it's a cooperative multitasking device. You'd need to use something that can't be interrupted. Oh, I see. Dang. I don't think these are swapped. My VSync and HSync, but there's a chance. I'll swap them just in case. We're going to have to hold this guy down. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Monitor wakes up because it's unplugged. Plug back in. Goes to sleep. Gosh. I don't even get why this isn't working. Yeah, I figured our Arduino would be a bit slow. I guess, like, what is the clock speed of an Arduino? Clock speed of an Arduino. I have a... hang on. Arduino Mega 2560. 16 megahertz. Just a bit too slow. And to be fair, 16 megahertz plus if it's reading at these clock speeds, it'd have to be faster than 20, right? For it to be able to even, like, do what it needs to do and then read that. Because it's going to be, like, multitasking, sort of. It's going to have to read this at 20 megahertz. Huh. How fast is a Raspberry Pi Pico? Ooh, I might be able to use a Raspberry Pi Pico. It's 133 megahertz. Yeah, I think I could use wait, what about a Pico 2 even? I mean seeing that should be plenty, but Pico is 150 megahertz. So, yeah. Oh, it looks like it's anywhere according to the Pico 2 datasheet from raspberrypi.com. 133 megahertz to 150 megahertz. Either way, that might be fine. How about I do that? It's called a Pi scope. They're using a Pi 4 though. Like, I don't even care. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are pointless. I was hoping they'd work. I was hoping they'd be my solution. Should have known better. I was getting stable voltage across the whole thing. Although I'm curious. I do want to read the voltage with these and see if that like helps just a little bit. Because before, I should just look and see what it was before. If I power this guy up. He is 4.6465, kind of bouncing around that 4.6 area. Okay, let's just throw in a few capacitors. 5's 100% overkill, but I'm doing it. I guess that could honestly kill performance too. Maybe. I don't know. Put 3. Okay. Let's read it. Hey, that's very stable, 4.7. That does kind of help. $4.71 is going to keep going up. Are the capacitors going to keep charging? No. Okay. What if I add more? What's that? Like, does that affect my voltage at all? Okay. I assume it wouldn't, but you never know. Ah. I assume they were charging up. Cool, cool. I don't know. That's odd. The capacitors are discharging. Okay. Well. Raspberry. Oh. I didn't even look up the right thing. Okay. Oh, apparently there's already an oscilloscope project for the Raspberry Pi Pico, and it looks like you just download an app on your phone, and your phone um, connects to the Raspberry Pi Pico. Your phone runs the Pico, and your Pico does all the oscilloscope work, but your phone is your display. So that is actually kind of cool. And then it looks like you can also pulse and do stuff, do commands. I might have to check that out. 100%. I think that'll be too much to set up tonight. But logically, like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of defeated. I've been working on this, like I said, for like 3 weeks, and I don't know what's wrong. I don't see a problem anywhere. Like, I'm running it at 20 megahertz. Like, that works. Pixel clock, 400 megahertz. Sorry, 40.0 megahertz. And this is 20 to the dot. 20.000000 megahertz. And I've swapped it out. I've swapped all my ICs out at least once, because I have like replacements for all of them. And yet again, it's like there's to no, I don't know. I've even swapped fully replaced breadboards. So I just don't know anymore. So I'm open to any suggestions. It literally could just be one wire is like broken as well. And that would be really annoying. But like everything's clearing perfectly fine. That's what I don't understand. I guess I need to look at my sync pulses. What's my sync? Well, yeah, I think so too. I need to look at my sync pulses. What is the sync pulse? It is 64 in decimal. 64 in decimal is, and I should probably start writing it in the normal way. Sync pulse 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 being least significant bit. Most significant bit, because I'm going to be looking at that on the oscilloscope, so I don't want to get confused. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, is that breadboards could, but this guy did it. This guy literally has his working on a breadboard, and I think they're cheaper breadboards too, because these are the like $7 breadboards from Amazon, the busboard.com ones, the BB830. Well, that never mind. That's either way, I'm just kind of bummed, I guess. Also, my phone's up there, so I won't be able to. I'm actually filming all of this or live streaming with my phone, so don't really have a way to test that. I guess last test we'll try this other 20 megahertz. I also have a 10 megahertz. Ben Eater. I was testing with Ben Eater. So this is Ben Eater's inspiration project, right? Except instead of doing it in 10 megahertz like he was, which is a fourth of the pixel frequency, I'm doing it in 20 megahertz, so at least the resolution can be half. Yet again, man, I'm very confused. Huh. See, everything kind of like makes sense. Everything's adding up. We're just gonna have to oscilloscope it. But anyway, that needs to go back that way. This back over here. Or did that wrap around like this, maybe? Okay. Because that technically goes here. This goes here. That wraps around here, goes there. And that goes there. Okay. Trying this one more time. Replaced it with a different 20 megahertz, which obviously if they weren't good, you wouldn't. I assume it's very reliable. That shouldn't be a problem. But, you know, I'm running short of ideas. Okay. Power saving mode. Here's something weird. So, whenever I connected my blue to this, the last time I was testing the circuit, it was waking up the circuit and making it go back to sleep over and over and over. So, that's also kind of weird, I find. The issue I'm having is that I tested it. I have like I don't have an oscilloscope, so I can't necessarily test it with this 20 megahertz, but I have it going slower with a 555 timer, and I was testing my timings with my H sync and my V sync. Oh, that's fine. My H sync timings seems to match up with this here, going very slow and connecting it with LEDs and reading the logic. Though I only looked at the whole line, which maybe that's my problem. I guess since I'm at... Maybe I'll just look at that. Because obviously the whole line can reset, and that's fine and dandy. And then that sends it on to the next pulse. Maybe. I do need to run this in 3.3 volts if I'm going to test it with LEDs. I've experienced that's the safe way. But yeah, so my monitor just doesn't recognize, it just goes straight to sleep because it finds the ground connection and it's like, oh, something's connected because it found ground. But sometimes, yeah, I agree. I don't know why that never occurred to me. But yeah, I don't have an oscilloscope, but I think I'm going to make a Raspberry Pi oscilloscope, a picoscope. Okay. So, I'm going to make this go not incredibly slow, but I'm going to make it go somewhat slow. Okay. This is going to be reverse still. I guess. You think I should put resistors down? Like, do you think I should put pull down resistors on my H sync and V sync, like 10Ks? Think that will solve anything? I don't need that now for testing anyway. Okay. What we're looking at, technically, I have this swapped around. So it will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. So we're looking at this one being a 1 and then it resetting. I need my clock. Very slow clock. In fact, I'm going to have it be... Okay. I'm taking this out. This clock. Plugging that in. Yeah. I doubt they're floating, but obviously you never know. So I guess that's. I don't even know how you necessarily check for floating. Okay, let's. Because well, I guess if it's. Well, never mind. I guess I could probably figure that out by using my trusty old voltmeter. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Whoops. Okay. Oh. What am I doing? I'm not actually checking to see if this guy turns on. Okay. Sync pulse. When it hits this bit. Hang on. I need to look at that. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. It's that bit. Okay. This bit we're looking at. Once if that turns on and that turns on at the same time, which I can't pause it. I didn't see anything. Let me go slightly slower. You check for floating with an oscilloscope. You can't check with a voltmeter? Like, just checking to see if that pin is, like, reading slightly high voltage for no reason. Oh, brother, this is going to be slow, isn't it? What is that? 15, 32. No, that's too slow. Where are my potentiometers when I need them? I don't have any in this, do I? No. I might have some really fancy ones. Here's all the fancy resistors I bought for the VGA connection. Hey, that's awesome. Definitely let me know. I would love to watch some of it. Love to see how yours differs from mine. I've obviously came into a bit of a standstill. Are you wanting to build? Yeah, I figured you might not get anything with a voltmeter. I mean, you might not. Not, like, definite, you know, but possibility. But if that's all I got. Wow. Where did I put these things, man? Might be in this other small box over here. Unless if I have that one that's still sitting at the back of my desk somewhere. Kind of had one back there. Okay. I give up. That's a 1 microfarad. Let's just find like a 5 microfarad. Ooh, wow. That's a lot more complex than mine. 22. It's way too slow, I think. 10 might be good. What is this? 0.22. That's a 1. Oh, that's a 10. It's a 10. So I need like a... Oh, that 20 might have been fine. Yeah. It's half the speed. About. That's awesome. It's kind of like how I was doing things. I just quickly went out of transistor logic because I find it to be a headache sometimes. And I was looking forward to just building the computer. Okay, way too slow. I need like, what are these? Okay, that is a 22. And then this is a 10. And the 10's too slow. Oh, I see, I see. And that is a 1. So I do need like a... I was getting all mixed up. Is there like a 2? 100? 220? What are these? Why am I not seeing it? 470. More 1s. 47. 4.7. That might be good. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'd like to watch it for sure. That sounds pretty entertaining. How far do you plan on going up? Because I plan on eventually, like, once this thing's built, I'm 100% like wanting to make a DOS OS for it. Okay. Think this should be slow enough. It should sit. Okay. What we're looking at is if that bit turns on. This bit right here. We will have a little bit of time. Okay. We're almost there. No, that didn't turn on. Something didn't happen. Wow. Oh wow. Okay. Um yeah. Yeah, that's how I was kind of doing it. Was like I started with transistors and then I went to logic gates. So I was like, here's how to make the and, the or, the XOR, the not, and then from there I was like, okay. Whoa, what happened to my footage? Oh, darn it, Samsung. No! No! Well, that's unfortunate. Why did that just happen? Wow. I can't believe that just happened. Apparently my phone decided to do a random Samsung update and just force its way to update. That is, I guess, the joy of using a phone for your camera. I do have a webcam. It's just not as nice as the phone. Oh, guess who just found the potentiometer? Great. Okay, hang on. I don't know what to change this to. I don't want this to be boring dark screen. Here. I'll just throw up my... I'll throw up a picture of my circuit I'm going off of. Wow, I'm having a lot of complications. Okay. What is going on? I know, no kidding. But yeah, no, that channel idea. I mean, not channel idea. I assume you said the channel's already created. This is my old gaming channel, Jurassic Vader, hence the name. I have like over 100 videos that are just privated. So there's that. My phone might be almost done. I was trying to get a picture up, but that wasn't working very well. I don't know why. I don't think. Oh. No, it's just OBS is not being friendly right now. I don't know why. I can't like change anything about my properties on OBS. I don't know why it's not working. Okay. Phone screen's back up. Thank you, Samsung. You're so awesome. You're so nice to me. Oh, come on. Okay. Woo. Oh. We're back. Oh, I just what? Okay. Okay. Think that's about where we were last time. Except the phone charger wasn't in the way. Okay. Oh. All right, so it turns out our H-Sync isn't working. Our actual H-Sync pulse isn't working. It's not actually what does it like turn on to? Like does it actually ever turn on at all? Oh no. Android Studio, what's going on? It's Samsung. It just said thank you for updating. Okay. After all that, we should be back. My apologies. That was an extreme inconvenience. Okay. What I would like to see is what is the thing that turns this on? Does it ever turn on, I guess, is my question. Whoa. So that turned on for a minute. Is that supposed to? Oh, yeah. It's supposed to be 128 pixels. Oh, do I have this wrong? Oh, wait a minute. No, I have that wrong. Because that's supposed to happen for after 420. So 421 calculator. Why is my computer being so weird right now? Okay. 421 in binary. Let's look at this. I'm just going to write it down on this piece of paper because I feel like I'm cluttering up that piece of paper and a lot of it might be wrong. Okay. We're looking at 1010 and then 0101 1002, and that's all the way to okay. $484, which is 2 to 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and then 1, 0, 0, 0. That is what it's supposed to actually light up through. So that is actually a little bit longer of a wait. So we're looking at here and here. Once these two turn on, that's wrong. It actually turned on and turned off. It's on again. Off, on. Oh no, they might be floating high. Okay. Hang on. Let's pull them low. Here's my resistors. Okay. Let's just try this for a moment. Let's pull this. Are we wanting to pull the... Hang on. It's those. 10K. $10K. Okay, let's see if that solves that problem. What? Oh, shoot. Okay. We actually need that to be there, I think. And for this to be there. Yeah, that's just not right. That's just flat out not correct. Right? Am I crazy? What this is the visible area, and then it goes front porch, and then it goes sync pulse. So we go visible area, which is blah, 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 400, whatever 400 is. And then we go, and then we add 20 to that, and then it starts at 421 is whenever this sync pulse turns on. And then all the way to 484, right? So 484. So, and then it's whatever that is in binary, which is right here. So that is 421, 421 to 481. Oh, sorry, wrong number. 484. Correct. Does that make sense? Am I thinking of this correctly? And then we have our back porch. So it should be on between these numbers because it's 400 plus 20, and that's all the visible area and front porch. Sync pulse should be on during 421, which is this number, all the way to 484, and it should be on at 484 itself. And then the second it goes to 485, which is back porch, it should turn off again. Correct? Oh, sorry, I didn't even show you guys that. So yeah, 400 is off. 420, sync pulse is off. Sync pulse should turn on for 64 bits after 421. So 421, sync pulse turns on. and then that's it, right? And sync pulse is our H sync. So whoever made this, like timing, I don't know how this worked for them, because one bit is off or 2 bits are off. Something is. I'm gonna have to look at their logic, because that's not correct. Here, I'll even look at it. I still can't. Oh, I can. Sweet. Let's do this. Let's pull up an image. This is what I'm looking at. Okay. So, I don't even know if that's big enough. I don't know why I can't move. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. I don't even care about most of that. What I care about is mainly that there. The last... okay. What's most important is that this H-Sync output. We're looking at this H-Sync pin 6 on the... I wish you could see my mouse. But we're looking at... You know, you see it. Hopefully. You see the little arrow that says H-Sync out. Anyway, H-Sync is this SR latch connects to all of that, connects to that. So I guess we have to start mapping it out. I think that this doesn't really make sense. I don't know. Does anybody see anything wrong? I don't know. I'll move it back. Huh. That's where we're at. Okay. I think I need to rethink this logic for this guy. I don't even... I mean, the site I trusted. It's a GitHub, like I said. Improved video card. And... Oh. Okay. Somebody said, the guy said, this doesn't strictly adhere to the VGA timing spec. Specifically, the V-Sync pulse is long, and there are a couple glitches on the async line after the pulse is over. Except I'm seeing pulses before. Yeah. Definitely. You could drop another 2 chips by running, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how this guy did this whatsoever. Sheesh. Okay. Well. Okie dokie. think what I'm going to do instead is definitely draw out the logic myself on a new piece of paper. Oh my gosh, I forgot I took all of these out of the bag. Gotta stuff them back. Which I did find my resistor. So, or sorry, potentiometer. So I can officially adjust the speed of the 5.5 timer. I'm Googling this. Whoo! That's pricey. Really? Oh, never mind. I thought I read $18 and I was like, oh, that's not bad. Huh. I think I'm gonna try the Pi one first. And then hopefully it works out from there. You really think? The Pico's faster than this digital one. The Pico's 150 megahertz. What do you mean I don't have software on it for Linux? Why is Linux involved? I think we'll see. I'll try it. I don't know. You have doubts. I have my doubts. We all have doubts. Oh. I did see that. I saw on AliExpress. Oh, I think I was getting confused between who was saying what. Okay. Well, I guess I can quickly, There it is. Okay. Oh, my mouse is charged. There it is. Yay. $19 logic analyzer. Yeah, I've been informed I should definitely swap over to Linux. I just can't bear the move. That just doesn't make sense because the Pico, I have a Pico 2. How fast can the Pico 2 run? Can a Pico 2 read 20 megahertz signals? I guess maybe if the like IO pins. I don't care about you, AI overview. Is there a way I can turn that off? It drives me nuts. It's like, it's right sometimes. Um, huh. Yeah, I'm not finding a whole lot. Yeah, I suppose so. I was thinking about how much logic like has to run all those cycles. So it's like if it takes X amount of cycles to do that and X amount of cycles to do that, and next thing you know, you're only reading like 5 megahertz or whatever. Ah, I didn't know that. Dang. Man, I don't want a digital. Will the $19 logic analyzer, like, will that probably won't solve my problems. Man, I just don't have the money. I just went, you're going to beat me up for this. But I purchased a vet visit for my guinea pig, and it was a lot of money. A lot of money. It was just a lot, so I just don't have time. FPGA. Will that help? How fast is FPGA? I assume up to gigahertz. General clock speeds from 10 to 250, but it can read up to nearly a gigahertz. Yeah, digital. I don't have pet insurance. My job doesn't do that. Uh, Government jobs never do that well. Um, okay. There we go. Well, that snapped in. Okay. Next. Ooh. This might be a bad spot for it. Maybe I'll do here. This spot. I pulled out so many capacitors. Um, I can't do private pet insurance. That's just ridiculous. I don't need to take my pets to the vet that often, but my guinea pig, her legs, they kind of stopped working on her. And it's very sad. Her back leg, she's kind of like dragging herself around. Oh gosh. I'm so confused. What kind of FPGA are you like looking like what would I be looking for? Okay. We're just gonna replace this LED with some cool jazz. Oh man, of course. Okay. There's that. Then I just want to see if I can't even remember if this is the correct resistor or not. Oh. Duh. I don't understand why. That was just the resistor for the LED brightness. I don't know why I thought that was the discharge. Capacitor discharge one. Okay. Really? Oh gosh. Yeah, I didn't even... I've heard of them. I just haven't really looked too much into them. Because, I mean, I think I've looked a little bit, but not like a ton. But, okay. Let's actually test and make sure this is what I need to do here. Nope. That's not it either. Is it literally this resistor? I'm so confused. Wow. See. It's pretty crazy. Oh man. Sorry for my silence. I'm just trying to read and just play around, mess with things. Man, I'm upset about this whole logic thing. I don't know why I never tested any of this before, but I think I may retire the live stream for now. But I think I know what I need to do in order to get my feet back on the ground here. Which sucks that it took so long to figure this out. But I appreciate you guys following along the way. I wish it was just as simple as a pull down resistor, or pull up in this case. But unfortunately was not the solution. What appears to be the solution is a whole lot of logic correction. This person, I think the whole thing was they were like, oh, we only need to use like these short amount, like this little amount of gates to be able to solve this problem. And in reality, or chips, they wanted to use the least amount of chips, but I need accuracy, obviously, not chips. So, yeah. I just have to, I guess, look at more stuff. But anyway, yeah, that's what I'm going to do, I think. I'll do that tomorrow. And then hopefully I'm praying I get an end result and that I can get this video up on Friday. Because I feel so bad. I've not posted an actual genuine YouTube video in so long, and I've been working. Like, it's like I've been working on this stuff, and I really should have just gone the bin eater route. It would have been working, although not as, running into all these problems, I've learned a lot. But alas, I learned that the screen like glitch lines on Ben Eater's videos was due to his slow EEPROM. Um, but at the same time, my computer's only going to be running at like 1 megahertz and 20 megahertz video feed time. It's not going to be able to actually like run this. It's not going to be able to actually like support much. Um, okay. Simulator. Okay. Yeah, I need to think about it logically. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I don't really know any good simulators that can even like does Verilog even like is there anything that supports like VGA on that? Like if I do the correct like logic gates it can do like timing. I guess it doesn't matter no matter what. I know this tells obviously this sheet's the one that tells me whether or not it's right or not. So I guess if it's just giving me the correct results on HDL or whatever, then maybe I should. Okay, I guess that's what I'll have to do. And then I'll draw it out. And then I'll show you guys. And then, yeah, I guess it's a big learning experience. But, yeah. I know, I know. I was just praying that somebody else's circuit was going to work for me. And reading it, there's works. That's what's crazy. And they must have, there might be a bug here and there. And also their display. I'm using like an old 2005 monitor, and theirs might be like a 2015 that like can understand like, oh, there's a little bug here. Oh, there's a little bug here. Could be converting to like HDMI. It could like there could be 100 different reasons why theirs works. Um, but either way, um, I guess that is how that stuff works. The Verilog. I did my HDL through NAND to Tetris. It was not exact Verilog, but it's like the same language, just a little bit more simple, I think. And then um, they had the scripts already written for you, so I didn't have to do any of that. But yeah, probably a good idea too. I can definitely see how it'd be very beneficial. But anyway, okay, yeah. I guess what I'll do is draw out all my timings, all my like, um, what should like happen. Probably print off another one of these papers, and then mark down appropriate stuff for it, so it makes more sense. Yeah, because whenever it hits like this point, it should be that, blah 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 blah, and then it only appeared to me today that this actually isn't cut in half. When I thought the vertical timing stays this, which I didn't know that. I thought the vertical timing was also shrunk down to 400 by 300, like the 300 lines, but it appears to still be 600 lines. You just don't read every line. Yeah, I don't actually. I use AI very, very, very rarely. But me being a teacher, I am like, ugh. I don't know. My students use it so much that it makes me almost not want to use it because they use it in the not great way. But us as basically professional learners at this point, we teach ourselves everything. I mean, once you become an engineer, you're already to that point. Um, at least that's like whenever I was in college, you learned everything by Googling it basically. Like you learned your logic by doing the work, and then you learned your like how to learn by Googling and just doing a bunch of research and stuff like that. And then my students are all like, I'm gonna use ChatGPT and it's gonna do it better than you. And then I'm like, it may, but like, do you know how to do it without ChatGPT? Um, I honestly think that's what I'm gonna do. I think that's what I'm going to have to do because this person's logic isn't fantastic, and I am sad that I kind of bought all of these gates get a or these chips get a stay. These six, so that's good. It's these five over here that might have to change. I'll need the NAND gates, so that's good. Actually, everything's a NAND gate. All of these are NAND, but I bought a whole bunch of 74 LS30s and that's just 8-way NANDs, I think. So all of them, and I'll just feed all of them into like a bunch of NANDs. Yeah, that is very true. I think to an extent. I think AI, it's not even, I think it's just a separate act because it's not like it's replacing Googling. I think AI is just like replacing almost the need for certain things. Suppose so. Although I don't like how AI is confidently wrong. You ask it a question and it's just like, yeah, that's totally it. This 3% source, 3%. I guess so. I guess it's just really fast at searching through a bunch of stuff. So, what's a good chip? The 30, 74 LS 30. Is that what you're saying is a good chip? I have like 15 of those, and I think that's. Oh, they're all right here. Yeah, one, two, three. Oh, this probably tells me 15. I have 15 74 LS 30s, and I think that's going to be my best friend. I think I'm just going to use a bunch of those. It's going to be really not. I don't even know if it's more inefficient. It's going to be more efficient money wise and chip wise, but I'm not mass producing this thing. It's just for me. So I think that's just what I'm going to have to do. And in all honesty, I'm trying to debate. I think I'm gonna look at another, maybe 800 by 600's not, because there's also, hang on, VGA timings. 640 by 40, 480. 640 by 480. And if it's at that, see the clock is just horrifying. 25.175 megahertz. I don't know where to get that clock or that thing. I guess that's why I have a 20, whatever. I guess that's why I have the 20. It's probably just the nicest pixel clock. But I do think a 640 by 480 at full 640 by 480 resolution would be nice. I heard about that. I'm not sure why everybody uses the 74 LS. That's just like it's just what I bought in bulk because that's what everybody suggested whenever I was doing my research on the project. I'm like, that's what everybody's been using. It's what Ben Eater uses, and I'm like, why? And then my research was like that the HCs were actually faster. Why 70? Why the HCs? Why are they harder to use? Or like, do they use more power? Do I need to use more capacitors on an HC CMOS? Like, I don't know the difference. I don't understand why one or the, like, I don't understand why everybody goes for the 74LS whenever they're like basically identical that I know of. Like a 74HC00 is a 4 NAND gate chip, and a 74LS00, sorry, is a also a NAND 4 NAND gate chip. So I don't know. Um, but yes. Oh, okay. I have a few HCs somewhere. I think I needed them. I didn't need them. I just had them because I think they ended up being cheaper than the LSs, and it's only like two, and I think they're. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. They're shift registers, and I think they have to be really fast. Historical reason. That's why the 74LS series. LS for historical. Um. Huh. Yeah, if I could find this 25.175 megahertz. Let me just Google it. I mean, to be fair, I don't know how to make a I don't know how to make one of these with one of these. I've tried like trying to find an answer online, and it is not clear to me how they work. How do I turn this into one of these? Because I actually have a ton of these. Oh. The cotton swab Q-tips. But they're chips. Cotton swab Q-chips. Intriguing. I didn't. So they're just the OGs. So yeah, the dinosaur. I don't. Have you? Were you here to see the dinosaur laptop that I have? I call it dinosaur. I don't know how old you guys are, but personally, not personally, just logically, with how old technology is, it's a dinosaur. Like, I've not seen a piece of actual computer. I haven't seen an actual computer this old before. It's a 1987 laptop, and apparently I blew a Zener diode on it, very unfortunately. And I've been wanting to make a video, and it does boot up MS-DOS 5.0. I just blew a Zener diode for it was already like going out, I think, and then some kind soul on Reddit said or mentioned that it was probably a Zener diode on theirs. And that is a very common problem with the Zenith laptops. So yeah, here's the guy. Here's the guy, and his display I think is 400 by 300, and you can get plenty out of this. But why did I bring this up? I brought this up for, oh yeah, I opened it up and looked at its breadboard, or not its, what? I looked at its circuit board, and I saw a lot of 74 LS chips in there. So yes, I totally believe that that's the historical thing, because like there's a lot of the logic, like literally it has an 8088 Intel processor, which I find really cool. But yeah, there's a lot of recognizable chips. I was opening up and I was like, I know what that does. I know what that is. I know what that is. Also, its RAM is just a bunch of, I think it has 32,000 RAM, K, and 32,000 K RAM. Could be 16. I can't remember. Has a 20 megabyte hard drive though, which I think is like insane for a 16-bit processor. But alas, that's cool. Um, yeah. So yeah, you see the RAM chips. You can see all the like RAM just being lined up in separate chips, which I didn't even know they did that with these. I thought they just used really big fat like ROM chip kind of things, you know. Oh, but anyway, this guy was sick. I got it for free, believe it or not. But yeah, it used to turn on, and then I gave it a little too much voltage, and now it was, and then it wasn't happy. Whoops. But yeah, love that thing. That thing's super cool. Keyboard's very nice, which I bought myself a Christmas present, myself and Christmas, and also not even like close. And I'm gonna receive it next week. But um, I'll make that a surprise for the next live stream because it should be here before the next live stream, and I'll show you guys because I'm so excited. Um, and it was $45 for a brand new in the box item that is from the early 90s, I think. It could be, yeah, I think it's like 92. It's like a 92 item, which, like, all my siblings were alive in 92. I wasn't. So it doesn't seem that old to me until you realistically think, like, 92 was, you know, more than 30 years ago. But yeah, very excited to show you guys that anyway. Okay. I've been yapping for long enough, I think. Think it's a pretty decent stopping point. Been streaming for a little over 2 hours. So I think that's pretty nice. 2 hours and 30 minutes. So, are there any questions before I take a slumber? Because I'm definitely going to sleep after this. It stinks. I like wake up and like I wake up at 6 a.m. and then I do this on Fridays and then I stay up not super late, but I stay up late enough that I'm like, gosh, this is kind of late. Like I won't perform very well. I literally yawned like 5 times during the live streaming of this video. Ooh. Okay. I'll look that up. There was another thing you said in chat, and I meant to look it up. There it is. Wow. Okay. You were born before 92? I was born in 2001. I'm freshly college graduate and not even in this stuff. Graduated college in software engineering, and then that unfortunately was a bust. So I had to resort to the only thing that I can get a job with my bachelor's degree, and that was becoming a high school teacher, which isn't the worst experience. Honestly, I could have just been working at a dock or something, like doing manual labor. So at least I get to exercise my like I learn a lot on the job. Like I'm just like you teach, you try and master your skill, but you realistically, it's like I get to do a lot of research on stuff that I want to. Like if like there's no standards for I mean there's a little standard. There's a little standard because I am a software engineering teacher or software developer teacher. They call it there. And I'm like, nah, you guys are trying to create software developers. And I'm like, I want to create software engineers. So, anyway. Yeah, so I can pretty much like, if I'm all of a sudden like, I want to teach this, I'll just start teaching it. And I would love to teach Nanda Tetris. Night. I want to teach Nanda Tetris to my students, but a lot of them aren't interested, and I'm like, it's really good information. I mean, even if you don't build the physical computer itself, like what I'm doing, because that's what I'm doing. I'm building the Nanda Tetris computer. That's what sparked it all. I took the course, and then I was like, this is so cool, and I actually was like, I want to build this computer so I could program it, because that's, you know, what I do is program. Um, so like less than a year ago, still, I was like, I'm gonna learn about this. Um, why was it a bust? So because my software engineering degree, like there's no jobs. I couldn't find any like actual software engineering jobs. I don't live in a very populated place. I kind of live in the middle of nowhere. So the actual jobs aren't fantastic. I went to school online. Um, but yeah, no, there's no like startups where I live, and I don't feel willing to move somewhere just to like risk the possibility of not being able to afford that place. Um, so I kind of just got myself into a rut. Either way, the knowledge is great. I'm very happy to know how to software engineer and be a software engineer, but it didn't really lead me to fortune, I guess, if you want to say that. Not that I was looking for a lot of money, but I was looking forward to having a little bit more than what I have now. Um, because being a teacher at one of the lowest paid schools in my state is sad. You have a twist planned? I know. I don't know how to get experience. I tried, like, there's no internships where I live for software engineering. There's plenty of IT ones, and like I paid for a college by having a full time job the entire way through, and it was it was a tech job. I see that, and I've applied to so many, and I've only ever gotten one interview for one of the remote jobs, and then they just told me, oh, it wasn't really. They told me that it wasn't technically an entry level they were looking for. They just wanted to pay entry level rates for like a junior, and I was like, oh, okay. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah, I remember this place. Um, the interview made it through the first like I had to do what are those quick programming things? You had to like do the program Fibonacci sequence in Python and blah 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 blah. They didn't even use Python. It's a website company, and their stuff is like their company's been around for a while, and they're definitely not Python programmers. Um, that you could just tell. I use it for my work. It's a school place, and it's they asked me the four pillars of object oriented programming, and at the time I just didn't really quite remember. But they were like, "Do you know what it is?" And I was like, "Of course." That's like kind of all programming is nowadays is using the object oriented programming principles. Um, ah, that's what I'm trying. I don't really being a teacher sort of stinks for connections because like there's obviously all those teachers that have connections, but they're other teacher connections. And then I'm like, that's awesome, but how can I actually get into this other field? And then they're all going to be like, oh, well, we can get you in on this like teacher kind of related thing. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to be related to teacher stuff anymore. Like, I don't want to work for a software company that a like I'm willing to work for whatever. Um, as long like it's just rough. I can't really move anywhere because I don't make enough money. I'm still homebound. Um, I guess that's fair. The They're never hiring for the level. Yeah, they don't. I see too many things about entry level nightmares. They want all the entry levels, and then they don't actually. They want to pay entry level is what it really is. But yeah, I've never been a Fang guy. Everybody's always like, "Oh, I'm wanting to get hired by one of the Fang companies." And I'm like, "No, I don't. That sounds like a nightmare. No thanks. I don't care how much I make. I feel like I wouldn't last. I'm more of ideally, I would love to make like I don't know. I love learning and researching, and I think that's why software engineering and all this stuff like works well with me because it's like I'm just learning about stuff I want to learn about, which I mean, that sure, I think most people are probably content with that. Really, 20 years. I can't even imagine how much like I can't imagine how much the actual technology space has changed across 20 like literally thinking of going back and thinking 20 years ago, 2005, what did programming look like? Well, I guess I mean what I hardware wise, all the keyboards and mice were probably PS2 connections. So, there's that. Monitors were probably all VGA or DVI. Um Yeah, no kidding. I'm good. I want to work for a startup or well, okay, startups kind of scare me because I don't want to be like out of anything. Um, but I would love to work for like just the generic company that doesn't have like how do you want to call it like local little tech place or somewhere that just like they need software, but there's somewhere that like doesn't. I don't know. Fang can do whatever they want, and Fang adjacent can too. Fang adjacent. I'm thinking like Roblox Studios, um, Pinterest, um, all those really big companies. Obviously, I don't understand why the F in Fang stands. It stands for Facebook, right? I mean, Fang is. It's crazy why it's called Facebook when I hear Instagram, Facebook, Meta, like Oculus now. Just all of Meta. It should be Mang. That's what I'm saying. I worry about the job security, and that's why I feel sort of secure as a teacher. But is it really like if I work 1 year as an entry level software engineer, I very likely will have it's like equivalent to 2 years of teacher pay because, I mean, depending on the entry level, it might be a year and a half of teacher pay, but no matter what, that's still that much more money. So it's like, I don't know. I think the risk is worth for my time, my sanity especially. Um, I mean, I'm sitting here trying to solve these problems on these breadboards, and it's driving me crazy. But it's like I'm gonna keep trying, and I'm gonna keep trying to make it work over and over, and just try every solution um, until I eventually get it. But doing that with like freshmen, high school, having them like they don't care. I feel like my time's just being so wasted because it's just like I'm passionate about this. I try to get them passionate about it. They don't care. They're just like, why do I have to take this class? And I'm like, because our state requires it now. And they're like, oh. And I'm like, so you have to pass this class or you're going to deal with me again. And they're like, ew. And I'm like, sorry. The N is Netflix. I was curious what the N stood for. I couldn't remember. It's two A's, isn't it? Isn't it Fang with two A's? Amazon and Adobe. Yeah, Facebook, Amazon, Adobe, Netflix, and I couldn't remember the N was Netflix, and then Google. And I feel like it should be Mang because it should just be meta at this point. Because realistically, that's Instagram developers, I'm sure, are under that Facebook category. I mean, it would be Fang adjacent. But yeah, like, yeah, that's no kidding. It was really funny. So I pulled a fun prank on them. So my requirements were teach them programming, and I was like, okay, I'll do that. And I was like, okay, let's be realistic. What's the bare minimum? Probably Python, right? So I was like, how do I get around this? And this I'm gonna live stream this my screen maybe. Uh, do I not just have a? Okay, I guess we'll just display capture. Okay, here we are. So, whoops, it's technically needs to be down there. There we go. Oh, okay. So, here it is. This is what I teach my students now. You've never heard of Adobe in there? I'm pretty sure it's Adobe. Um, but yeah, so here it is. What you do is, I'm gonna have to log in off screen. Hang on. Okay. Anyway, block coding. So I figured why not using this random website to teach students block coding, but it's all Python. Like straight up, this is a print statement from Python. Same Python syntax, no semicolon, blah 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 blah. You connect strings to this and you'll be like, hello world, classic hello world. And you run it, same output as Python. View code, it's just Python. Cool thing, it's Trinket. So whenever they try to like AI this, it doesn't work for them because AI doesn't understand. Like, sure, we'll chat GPT right now. Let's go Python, and let's say it's even on Trinket, block code, write a for loop that counts from 1 to 100. Sure, let's say that's their prompt. It will only give it to them in text, and they have no clue what any of this means. First of all, this doesn't make any sense to them. They won't understand what that is, because I never taught them that. So I've kind of got them in this awesome pickle to where they can't even use AI to figure any of this out. And then they're like, I heard of this really cool thing called Copilot. And I'm like, yeah, did that work for you very well? And they're like, no. And I was like, okay. I hate how I have to coax the students. Here, we'll try this. Oh, come on. Yeah, yet again, same thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't learn almost anything from AI. So that's The great thing about my solution is they can't AI their way through it. So they're trying so hard and they just can't get it. They don't get it. And I think that's great. How old are they? Minecraft super. Oh my gosh! Actually, now that you think about it, why don't I use Minecraft for education and put the Minecraft mods on there like you were saying? Um, but yeah, no, I'm super thankful that I came up with that. I was like, I use Trinket for because they have Chromebooks. They don't use like actual desktop computers. In fact, they don't even know how to operate Windows on a desktop computer. I'm like, create a folder, and they're like, how do you do that? And I'm like, you right click, and then you click new, and then click on folder, and then you type and you hit enter. And they're like, what's enter? And I'm like, it's on your keyboard. Just look. And then they're like trying to constantly tap the screen, and I'm like, the screens aren't touch screen. You're getting your smudgy fingers all over the monitors. Please stop. How old are they? They're like anywhere from 14 to 19. I teach all grade levels because I'm the only software engineer teacher at the school. So all that jazz. Um, oh, visual program. Okay, hang on. I'll just let you know if it comes up with the correct response. Uh, I'll just go Copilot because technically I think Copilot's supposed to be better at all that. So it was Python Trinket block code, write a for loop that counts from 1 to 100, and then in Visual Pro with visual programming. Yeah, it still didn't do it. It explains how it looks. It says how it looks in blocks. A for block with start equals 1, end equals 100, step equals 1. But it's still not an equivalent with Trinket. It just doesn't understand. Um, but no, holy moly, making Minecraft programs using the like Minecraft Lua, and they'll have to learn what a real floppy disk is. I'll bring in my floppy disks. We were talking about this like one of the last live streams, but one of these hasn't. Okay, these are the back sides. Hang on. Okay, you can't see that one because that will expose my school I work at because it has the school logo. Because apparently my school used to be. Oh shoot, I never transitioned. Uh, my school never went back to. I do know about Minecraft Educational Edition. I just don't want to use it. I don't know. Um, but yeah, I have so many floppy disks. I because I thought that I was gonna get that computer running, I invested in like yeah a real deal save button. Yeah, I had to invest. I had to invest in something that my old tech, had to. Um, there's just it's so cool. It's not old tech. I don't know why I called it that. All these floppy disks are just completely unused. Um, and then yeah, they all come with their labels, so I can label them all and give them cool names. Like I don't know. I didn't even realize they were multicolored. Whoa! I hadn't even opened this up, so I didn't even know. Um, I've never heard of this brand. I mean, yet again, they're not making floppy disks anymore, I don't think. But yeah, no, so it was cool. I wanted a floppy disk holder, and it looked so cool. Um, but yeah, I think I want to have my students learn this old tech because why not? Why not? Do the floppy disk work? Yes, yes. I formatted a few. I have a USB floppy disk reader, so I did make sure a few of them work, and then I have a few of these, and then one of these floppy disks, as you can tell, is a tan color, and that was yet again another standard issue at the high school I work at. It has our high school logo on this part. But yet again, not and the high school name. But yet again, I will not show you that because I don't want to dox myself. Oh, cool, cool, cool. I want a. I don't know if there's a Minecraft mod for it, but I think it'd be super cool. Like it's like, imagine. Okay, hang on. I think this is where I start drawing stuff and I explain it. And if not, I might have to make a mod for it. But I think it'd be super sick. Maybe that's just how the other one works. I don't know. Maybe that's how the computer mod works. I don't know. But it'd be super sick if you basically have you build your like computer thing, whatever. You build like a workspace, a workbench, and then you open it up and you have all these like logic gates and you can like drag in, drag out logic gates, make all these connections, blah 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 blah, and build a computer in Minecraft. But it's like redstone. Like you go in and then it's like a little redstone on this platform, and then it shrinks down into like one little block or whatever. Um, and then and then you could like have your output or whatever in your inputs maybe. I think that'd be sick if you could do that on Minecraft, and then eventually make a computer out of it. Um, but Minecraft might not be powerful enough for that. That might be a little too much. Um, wow. Yeah, I have the tiny floppies. I've never seen a big floppy. What are those? What size were those? I have the 5 inches. I don't remember. Were they 8? But holy moly. I do remember. I don't. Obviously, I grew up after floppy disks. Um, but not too far. Like, my dad still had some. Shoot. What am I thinking? He had some sort of program. I don't know. My dad was a huge investor in like everything. What is it? Laserdisc? Nope. What was it called? The really big like discs that like had movies on them that were like huge, and then they had like they looked like rainbow. I just can't remember what they're called. What are they called? Wow. My dad says his favorite OS is Windows 98. Project Red. Oh yeah, there it is. Crazy. This is what I need to do. I need to just start doing that. Okay. I see, I see. Oh, Project Red. Is that supposed to work with the computers, or is it the computer mod? Oh my gosh. No, they were like, oh, they're literally called laser discs. Yeah. My dad has like all Star Wars on like the laser discs. Here. Laser disc. My dad showed me. He used to have a laser disc player, but he let my brother borrow it and apparently never got it back. And then he said I saw them all the Star Wars and all of his like favorite movies were on Laserdisc. Um, but yeah, good times, good times. I didn't even know this was a thing. I'm not gonna lie, but they look really cool. Um, but yeah, honestly, computers in Minecraft is hard. Oh shoot. I never showed did I actually not show you guys the laser discs? My bad. I don't think I actually showed you. Laser discs. That's what I'm talking about. I think I completely was just talking and didn't actually show. But yeah, teaching Minecraft, computers in Minecraft, I think with the mod would be way easier, but yet again, it's the redstone is not like it is similar, but it's just too. I like my ICs, man. I just kind of like everything being there, and then I can just plug it in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Giant CDs, basically. Um, yeah, my dad had like all the Star Wars, like not all the Star Wars, because they all three of the original. So 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Man, I haven't played Minecraft like actually legitimately in so long. And let it go let alone modded Minecraft. I've just kind of been stuck on this game called Vintage Story. Um and I haven't played that in quite some time either. But Vintage Story is just Minecraft hard mode. It's like you have to collect clay and then make pottery with it. And then if you want to make like iron tools, you have to make alloys. You have to make a bronze alloy with 10 bismuth or whatever metals you can find. You have to like mix them in perfect quantities, put them in like crucibles, and you put like 3 tin nuggets and with 17 copper nuggets, and that makes 10 bronze ingot, which can make 1 pickaxe. And then you can like hammer it out with it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. If you guys like extra hard survival stuff, you might be a little interested in that. But yeah, I said I was gonna get off 30 minutes ago and I did not. But I think oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. This might make noise for a second. Hang on. There we go. Seriously, you play Vintage Story 2? Wow. Okay. See, I've been trying to find some Vintage Story friends. So now we have all of these mutual things. There's no way. Like there's no way we're all full circle, love computers, all these things. Vintage Story 2 on top of all that. I thought that game's supposed to be so niche. All right. There. I subscribed to you 8 years ago. Creating entity handles using C Sharp and TDD. I'm just saying C Sharp's my favorite language. Yeah. The numbers. Do I have numbers in my name? No, I don't. I don't know. Yeah, C Sharp's my favorite. I hate Java. I think I only hate Java because I had trauma whenever that was my first like I learned Python. The list goes as such. Python, okay? And then in college, they took us this weird route along with Python. I learned this thing called Raptor, which is flowchart programming. And then from Python, I did HTML plus CSS, if you even want to call that a programming language. And then it went to JavaScript. And then it went to PHP. And then it was Java. And then it was Kotlin. And then that was my first 2 years of college, and then I transferred schools after that. Seriously, that's a thing? I didn't even know Java did that anymore. Or not anymore. I didn't know Java did that at all. Holy crap. Yeah, no kidding. I just hate Java because, it's just a bit old and you have to import everything. I mean, C Sharp at least kind of does it for you with Visual Studio. Yeah, CSS is definitely getting more complex with its latest additions. Well, my college was last year. Technically, 2024 is whenever I graduated college, and then 2020 to 2024 was my 4 years of college. That was community college. And then I don't know why there we go. Sorry, community college. Um, and then this was my undergrad, which not to be confused with grad. I obviously stopped after I got my bachelor's. Oh, I mean, is the new stuff even worth it? What am I thinking? Okay, so first thing I did have to retake. Um, I did take a web development class, but it wasn't like it was like these together. Whereas HTML, CSS was one class, JavaScript was another class. It was front end development, front end scripting, and then this was back end scripting. Oh shoot! At the same time of me taking JavaScript, I took my uh, database stuff too, MySQL. And then I did PHP, which I needed SQL and JavaScript and HTML and CSS. I needed all four of those to be able to do PHP because we did backend. Um, then undergrad was C sharp, and that was chef's kiss. It was the best language I've ever dabbled with in my life. Um, C sharp 1, C sharp 2, and then mobile app dev using C sharp. Yet again, chef's kiss. Fantastic. Um, Also, I had to take another SQL class at my undergrad because this SQL class was technically like database management, even though we did like this was the exact same class. They just had two different names and the colleges just didn't like each other, I guess. Um, yeah, I don't know, man. I just can't do college. Or sorry, I just can't do Java. Um, I will admit though, what is nice about Java is that you can do like OpenGL if you're trying to do like graphics programming, ports really well with Java. Whereas in C sharp you have to use OpenTK, which is almost the same, but a few things are changed and a little different. Um, Either way, never touching Java again in my life. I not even Kotlin. Kotlin's dead to me as well. Um, did that affect Kotlin? Did the Java stuff affect Kotlin? Because I think Kotlin relied on Java, if I remember correctly. Um, but yeah, Java is bloated and annoying. People really like Spring Boot for some reason. What do you mean you don't need open? You just. Oh man, I need to just chat with you guys more often. I'm I have no. I'm still in this like fresh like area where it's like I only know the. I wouldn't say the basics. I would say I'm a beginner at the advanced level. Like I understand object oriented programming. I've done quite a few fun stuff. Um, Unfortunately, Pygame was really easy to use OpenGL with. So whenever I was learning OpenGL, I was using Pygame. Hey, that looks a lot better. Okay, I thought Kotlin might have been a fork. I don't know if I know what Spring Boot is. Is that a version of something? Spring Boot. I'll just Google it. What is this? Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'm teaching my students C sharp. The whole school is like, our standard's Java, and I'm like, you know what? Java sucks. And they were like, well, I guess we don't have the degree, so whatever you say. And I'm like, trust. Java's owned by Microsoft. And I was like, guess what? Windows is owned by Microsoft. And then I was like, it works really well with Windows 10, Windows 11 now, I guess. And they're like, oh, okay. And I was like, you don't have to download any extra stuff besides Visual Studio. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they were totally like down. And I was like, okay. I'm the only teacher there that teaches software engineering anyway, so I should be able to make my own standards. Um, but um, ew. No, C sharp. I was saying C sharp is owned by Microsoft. So um, I was like, that's why we should use C sharp because it's just better. It's newer, so more people are using it, which I don't even know if that's true. But um, I don't know. It seems like almost everybody's kind of. I don't know. I yet again, I've never worked for anybody. Okay. I'm pretty good at Python because that's what I have to teach my first 2 years of students are Python. So I know like all object oriented programming in Python. Why Python? It's like I've actually not touched Rust. I really want to even see what it's about because a lot of people are like actually down to program in Rust. I see like all these things and then it's like Rust just seems like a if Rust to me seems like a C developer was like I want to make plus plus but if it were made in 2020 kind of thing. That's my interpretation of Rust. It is a cult. That's what I've understood. Ew. You create functions with the word or the letters F and N? Disgusting. I hate how JavaScript you just type out the whole word function. I'm very I definitely no, I'm so lost. Pub FN. Okay. Rust borrow checker. What the heck is this? The Rust documentation. This guide is 2 of 3 presenting Rust ownership systems. This is one of Rust's most unique and compelling features, with which Rust developers should become quite acquainted. Ownership is how Rust achieves its largest goal, memory safety. There are a few distinct concepts, each with its own chapter. Does Rust have pointers? Oh my gosh, it does. Well, it says raw pointers, but I assume with its if it's complaining about memory leaks and stuff, that's probably due to like pointers. Zig? Gosh. How you guys even find this stuff out? It's like the same thing as Rust almost. Ew. I just don't think it's necessary. C Sharp works wonders. It's like perfectly fine, really fast, really like why do we need anything other than C Sharp when it comes to like why do we need I understand Rust being maximizing efficiency. Like I understand C, C++, maybe even Rust, but like Java, get it out of here. C Sharp can do better. Python, if you don't use top level statements, that's kind of like Python. I guess it's just because so many people create libraries for Python like daily. It's probably that. Yeah, no kidding. Gosh, I think I'm gonna like have nightmares tonight. I think. I'm still struggling. Yeah, we should all just start bare metal programming. TypeScript. I don't remember what TypeScript really is. It's like a JavaScript oh. Whoa. What? I thought TypeScript was like a library. Yeah, that's why Python needs to go. I don't know. Maybe I'm really against AI just because of how I see the future, like the kids working with it. They're not even working with it. They just like a teacher's like write a 5-page essay, and the kids are like ew, and then the second they leave class, they just like AI it and then just throw it and like submit it. Okay. Oh, it took my students forever to like understand that Python is not really like it's a programming language, but it's like I don't even need to like dumb it down for you guys because you guys get it. But it's like you don't need to compile Python. It's C is it's Python is a program. That's what I tell them. Python is a program that is written in C, and then you type it out, and then it knows how to translate it to run it. Okay. Maybe I'll look more into TypeScript. It sounds interesting, and it still says it is ECMA. Wow. What was that? I mean, You can compile Python into an executable, I'm pretty sure. But like whenever you're like the way they use it. I don't know. I guess I don't fully understand how Python worked to an extent, but my understanding was that Python was basically just like C++ plus plus reads the Python and then just like runs it. It's like a program, just like how you would like do a web. I don't know. I guess I never fully. I guess if that's not true, then I don't actually fully get Python. But that was pretty much what I got out of it, out of my little. Yeah, that's. I don't know. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think it just like gets. But I don't know. It's like fake. I don't know. Python's funky. That's why I tell all my students it's like just insanely slow because it's not. It doesn't work like other programming languages, and they're like, well, why? Because in Python, when you run it. Oh, okay, I see, I see. I just know. Oh, even JavaScript as a JLT now, so it would run faster than Python. As far as I know, no one has worked on making a Python JLT. Is that an L or an I? You know, I don't think I even. Just in time. Yeah. I hate having to explain to my students the space error in Python. Isn't it's like literally uh, what sucks is I'm supposed to teach my students Python. Like that's actually part of the state's curriculum. I teach them um I teach them Python and then they like have the struggle bus figuring out just how programming works. And then I teach them Python again, but more advanced. And then they go to something like C sharp. And then in Python, they're struggling figuring out why white space, like why they're like space error. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's just because you press the space bar 4 times instead of pressing tab. And then they're like, oh, and I'm like, yeah. And then they're confused. Or you could, it's just there's no, I don't know. I'm tired of that. Um, and then there's on top of all of that, I don't know. It's just confusing in general for them. They all struggle, and then I'm like, in C sharp you have curly brackets, and this is the best thing on the planet because you could the way I sell it to them is the fact that you can have your entire program on one line, and your program will work, and then they're like, that's not possible, and I'm like, trust me, semicolons and curly brackets. That's all you need. Um, Yeah, semicolon solves the new line because Python needs new lines to tell when the statement's over, and then it needs indentation or white spaces to figure out. I agree, but that's not my call, unfortunately. I think um, I'm trying to think. I've been informed that like it's always been Java, Java, Java because Java's always been more popular than C sharp whenever I was in college, which wasn't even that long ago. But I think C sharp's taking more of a turn. Um, but I was always told that people who learned like the C language or the Java language first and they survived typically were better at programming by like 2 years or whatever than like just Python programmers. Oh my gosh. That I assume that ML stands for markup language. YAML ain't markup language. Is a human readable data serialization language commonly used for configuration files and data exchange. Well, that's not Python. Does it, wait. That's disgusting. How do you guys know of all these things, man? YAML? Gosh. I don't... Yeah, it has been Java, 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 and whenever I learned, because I was actually kind of excited to learn Java, and then I programmed in it, and I'm like, this is a mess. And then C sharp, man. No, you're kidding? It's a required thing. Why would you ever use this? A human readable data serialization language commonly used for configuration files and data exchange. Can't you just use like JSON for this or XML or something? I mean, XML is sort of, I mean, I guess if you, why? Um, you're kidding. Why have I never heard of this? This is a thing that like is commonly used. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I just scrolled down a little bit, and then I just saw this article says .yaml is the preferred extension. .yml is dated and is real. .yml is dated. Is this really whatever it says? Blah 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 blah. And that just kind of reminds me of the HTML HTM thing. I guess so. I don't know. I'm hoping that thanks for making me aware of this. Maybe I shouldn't become a software engineer. YAML. How have I never heard of this? Is it messy? It doesn't look... I mean, it just kind of looks like... Oh, shoot. That explains a lot. Here, I'll show you what I was just looking at. I was looking at this example right here, and I was like, oh, it literally looks just like JSON. Like, I'm so confused. Why use anything different? And then I realized it says JSON right there. And I was like, oh. So, I mean, what is that for? Why are there dashes? It's literally Python's JSON. It's like if Python was JSON. Or sorry, how do I want to... It's like C sharp, JavaScript to JSON, Python to YAML. Example you showed. Where, bu- 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 I'm trying to find the example you brought up. I really do think I should tell my students about this. This is hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. I think I see it. It's when it's all it is whenever you need to use a bracket is whenever you use the dash, and then the curly brackets are just the indents. So yeah, I kind of get it. Although the strings kind of throw me off. You don't use. Well, now I'm extra confused. I understand. Why is that in sync? Is it because it's an integer? So, are there data types in YAML? What do you mean? Is it like, is porting it over, like calling it from a file, more complicated? Pull up the GitHub. Man, I might have not seen a message that you said. I'm trying to find this GitHub thing. Pull up the GitHub. Oh, is that what you said earlier? Oh, I didn't know there was a GitHub link you sent in chat, or not a. Whoops. Said GitHub. GitHub slash. Did I spell that right? It's okay. It's very late for me too. Um, see here. Is this it? Yeah, I found it. Um, yeah. No, I've never. I mean, it could have been the college I went to, but I mean, in general, um, no, I went to two different colleges and they never taught us this YAML thing. I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget, because it's very late. And also, I love the name. Hilarious. Okay. You wanted. I'm here. We're on the site. Do you want me to go to databases? Is this correct? Oh no, that's probably not actually what I think it is. Where do you want me to go on this page? Now hit the dot button on your keyboard. What do you mean? What dot button? I mean, the period? But where? Maybe I'm too sleepy for to figure this out. I am hitting it a bunch. Nothing's happening. Do I need to refresh the page? Dot. Nothing happens. What modes? Are you talking about a GitHub app that I don't have installed? No, I don't have it. Pretty sure there's a GitHub app. Click the page. Ugh. Hang on. Hang on. Let me figure this out. Gotta possibly log in. I have a real GitHub, so I have to go to the actual GitHub email. It's not the same email. Okay. Hey, that worked. Yeah, you have to be signed in. What? Oh, man. Hang on. Not again. Okay. We're in. Okay. I don't either. Try not to. The best I can. Here we are. No, I didn't even know you could do this. I didn't even know there was a... This is a Visual Studio Code on the browser. That's so cool. I didn't even... who knew? I sign out? I don't even know if I'm signed in. Web folder? Here we go. Sorry. Web folder. Wait. What? Oh, shoot. My bad. I didn't realize I wasn't... Yeah, no, we're good. I just forgot to share it over. Yeah. I expanded web. Guestbook. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Good to know for the web-based IDE. Expand. Deployment YAML. Okay. In there, you can see how we define a thing we want to run in the server, cluster, and modern systems. Ew. It's kind of... It's kind of nasty. So that's all inside of spec. Wow. Wow. This YAML thing looks like a nightmare. Wow. I've never seen this like anywhere. Like this is the first time ever hearing about it, and I've done so much like research on software engineering and all that in places, and I've never heard of this YAML. Helm. Oh, wait, no. What is this? Oh, it's just the concept. Sorry. My brain's not making all the connections right now. Containerization. Man, I do think I might have a nightmare tonight. I'm being exposed to YAML. Well, I don't know if I want to expose myself there either. I don't know. It's supposed to be the top. They had a pretty decent software engineering program. I need to look at I mean, they taught me all the like essentials, and I think that's the problem. I mean, that'd be sick. I think that'd be really fun. Do you have a Discord? Because we can add each other on Discord. Yeah, you guys are going to train me to get this programming job that I've always dreamed of. Wow. Okay. I'm going to turn back the droid cam. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I sent a friend's request to you on Discord, my dude. Both of you, honestly. I think this might be the pretty good end for the night though, because I am on the brink of falling asleep. That'd be sick. I mean, that'd be very helpful in general. Um, yeah, we'll have to figure out a little bit more. Well, like, what did you guys learn in college? Like, because they just teach us, they try to give us the most solid foundation in this. I think this is good. That's good. That's good. Have you ever worked anywhere that actually uses PHP? Um, these are fine. I think this is important. All of that is very important. So I think these things are like essential. Ignore Raptor. I think these things are like essential for like your solid foundation. But I think that's it. I think that's all they do is give you this solid foundation, and then they're like, okay, you guys are gonna you're gonna learn from the juniors and the senior devs. They're gonna teach you the real workforce. But like that's what I've noticed. That's what I'm saying. Is like all these people that are teaching us don't even know they exist. Um, have you worked at a place in the past 5 years that used PHP? See, I don't even know what that is. Oh, nice. Wait, what's this look like? Yeah, I know. I'm pretty stunned already hearing about YAML, just all this stuff. I teach my back-end development students. Sorry, I teach website and database development, and this is just 1 year in high school where I teach them the entirety of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, and then a backend language of my choosing, which I just choose PHP because it's the easiest to have them wrap their heads around. And it's honestly just because that's the only thing they really taught us. Really? I think PHP is fair. I had a personal portfolio website that I programmed for myself. Fantastic. I'd love to show you guys. Maybe not on stream because there's a lot of personal information on there. But um, first of all, it's horrible. Did not have mobile support. I'll be honest. I did not use the media tag to give it mobile support or anything. Uh, but I did have a working blog that I made out of PHP in there. Docker. I'm not gonna lie. I programmed my website straight HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, PHP. I did not use any like extra little tools. Okay, I'm writing this Docker down. This will be incredible. I think this could make a very cool YouTube series for you and possibly me. Okay, good to know. Docker. All right. Um, I do think. There you go. I sent a little wave. All right. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I had my website be a. Okay. Sounds like you guys play video games as well. Some of you, I don't know. But if you played Fallout, took huge inspiration from the Fallout 4 term, Fallout 3, 4. I prefer 3. Um, no, I've never heard of this either. NGINX. Oh god. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, my website was a Fallout 3 inspired terminal. I don't even know if I could. Hang on. I have the code on my desktop still, so I shouldn't have a problem running at least the startup. The only problem, I'll have to change a few things about. Yeah, yet again. Can't necessarily show you a whole lot of that this second. There's just too much personal information, just like in the title and everything. As yet again, it was my personal portfolio. Wow. That's crazy stuff. Goodness. I've been exposed to so much today. Uh, my 24-year-old brain is turning into jello. That's the other thing. I've been out of college for a year, and I haven't actually learned any more. I've just been solidifying these things. I'm just making my skill in these stronger. Yarp? Okay. Sounds like a good time. Yarp. Yarp. Okay, it's like an NGINX thing, but alternative. Oh, Yarp is a .NET library. Okay, you're kidding. That's crazy stuff. Yeah, because I teach whatever I learned in college, and then whatever I learned in college was, you know, apparently 10 years old or older. Uh, Fun fact: the college I went to, they basically, and that's probably my problem. They said we want you to make this program, and then I was like, okay, how? And they're like, and then I was like, okay, and then yeah, tons of YouTube tutorials and all that later. I'd come up with the project, and then I just for the second project I just didn't. Um, and like this one didn't include a database. This class did have a database. Fun fact: these were both 6 credit hour classes, and this was like a 3 credit hour, like is normal college. Like 3 credit hours is a normal size class. 1 credit hour is like your really itty bitty class. 2 credit hours is uh not really that common, but they were like they existed. And then I had the 3 credit hour classes. Like that was three. That was three. Like algorithms 1 and 2 were both three. Um, and then yeah, and then for some reason C#1 and C#2 were both 6 credit hour classes, and I crammed 24 credit hours in one semester, and that was difficult, but it saved me a lot of money. Yeah, sounds like it. Fun fact: my professor that was in college, that my professor I think was alive before freaking C was made. Um, I don't know how old he was, but he was bald and had like mole spots on his head. So I don't think that's what he learned in college. I think that's what, you know, I do want to gear my students more towards, instead of like PHP is good because it exposes you to like that stuff, but I do want to swap it out for ASP. Oh shoot, you can hear my pen clicking. My bad. That's probably really annoying. Okay, you like PHP? I find PHP really easy to run. I find more problems with my ASP websites than I do. Like, I run into more with that. Also, I do think, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll be better looking at it now. My object-oriented programming has gotten much better since I started teaching, because you basically have to like master it to teach it, you know? Good to know. Good to know. I haven't even looked at much of PHP's documentation because I just haven't used it that much. Um, you know what? Yes, I have. I've looked at the doc. I remember. Never mind. I'm getting myself confused. All right, guys. Probably the like seventh time. Think it's bedtime. It is. It is incredibly late now. Um, for me, 4 hour stream. That's a really good time. So I do think it's bedtime. So I definitely keep in touch. Thomas, I don't know if you want to, if you have Discord or you want to like be involved in my educational process. I think it could be very fun. So you could drop your Discord in the description, or not in the description. This isn't a YouTube video. See, I'm not even thinking straight. Um, you can put it in the comment, and I can add you on Discord. Um, and yeah, then I'll see you guys later. I will get some Z's. Sounds very pleasing. In about 5 hours, I will have been up for 24 hours. So, all right. It was fantastic talking to you guys. This was actually a really fun live stream. Okay, absolutely. Keep appreciate it, Thomas. I'll see you guys later. Yeah, that works. That works. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. It was a pleasure.